you think of it so far.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe it's been 9 years, to be honest, of this championship. And the golf courses that we're continuing to get are amazing, to be honest. This golf course is, I mean, it's the ultimate major test. You know, it's you've got tricky greens, you got firm, fast greens, you've got rough, you've got dog legs and trying to keep the ball in fairways. I mean, every part of your game is going to be tested this week. And the golf course is in amazing shape. Forecast looks horrendous. Which stinks. You know, this golf course is playing firm and fast right now, and it'd be such a good test. So we'll pray that this rain stays away and we can get things rolling.
With a forecast in the back of your mind, we've heard a lot about this opening 4-hole stretch of this course and also the 2 closing par 5s. What are some of the keys that you think will be needed to get through kind of the opening and closing holes successfully?
Yeah, I'd say the opening 6 holes. I'm talking to some caddies, you may not legitimately have a good birdie opportunity until 7. I just think those first 6 holes are so difficult. And it just being that start right out of the gate, you know, you got to come out of the gate hitting great golf shots. Number 1 is, I mean, it's probably one of the longest holes on the golf course. So yeah, I mean, the start's going to be important. I think the mentality of keeping yourself in it, you know, knowing that, okay, if I'm 1 or 2 over through those first 6, it's okay. Because you got some holes, you got some shorter holes, some holes you can make birdies on. And then, like you said, the par 5s, the 2 finishing holes where a lot can happen.
All right, we'll start here with Steve.
Stacy, yesterday we had the whole cadre of executives up from KPMG and the PGA. And the question to them was, what were your expectations 9 years ago when you kind of started this thing, and how have they changed? Well, you were one of the catalysts who brought KPMG and put this whole thing together. What were your expectations back then, and how have they changed?
I mean, to be honest, this is what I expected. This is what I wanted for this championship. Did I think that we could get to some of these golf courses we've gotten at so quickly? No. But I thought in my head, this was definitely obtainable, of playing these great golf courses, getting on network TV where you have more eyeballs, getting the people out to watch. I mean, none of this surprises me. It's not, I mean, this is what I expected out of it, to be honest.
Right.
All right, Beth Ann?
Stacy, what's the most interesting bit of history you've learned about this place?
Oh, man. I learned about Jack Nicklaus's 1-iron yesterday on the 18th hole. I honestly, I haven't learned a lot about it because I've been running from one thing to the next the last 2 days. Yeah, I mean, honestly, not a lot, you know, just been crazy busy. So
what's your favorite attribute of this course?
I mean, I'd say probably the greens, you know, just the intricacies of the breaks and trying to read them. They're very tricky. And then I love the look of the bunkers with the little wispy grass on top, because there's a ton of blind shots on this golf course. And so without that grass, you honestly wouldn't be able to see any of the bunkers or know where any of the trouble is. So it points it out for you at least.
Ryan?
Stacy, you guys talked about obviously the opportunity to come to courses that, you know, are very prestigious, that elevate the women's game here. The next 2 weeks with this and Pebble Beach, what do you hope casual fans who maybe haven't watched the LPGA that much will get out of watching these next 2 weeks? So much more coverage, prime time with it. What do you want them to come away seeing when they watch the next couple weeks?
I want them to see how good these girls are. And I don't think your casual fan is going to know how hard this golf course is. But I mean, these girls are so good. And the fact we're pretty deep on who has an opportunity to win here. And, you know, you could say 10, 15 years ago, was our tour talent wise ready for a golf course like this? Maybe, maybe not. But these girls are ready for a golf course like this, and they're going to perform great on it. And the biggest thing for me is you walk through that clubhouse and you see the winners of all these past champions that have won big events here. And it's guys. And then, there's maybe one here of a USAM or something like that. But, you know, to just start a history here of of women being on those pictures and being around that clubhouse. That's the biggest thing for me of what's changing in women's golf, because we're doing this every year. We're doing this every golf course we go play. It's going to happen at Pebble too. We're changing the history of these golf courses. And I'm just glad that, the powers that be picked up the phone and said, that they were ready for it.
At the risk of hyperbole, how important are these next 2 weeks in your mind to help send a message about women's golf?
Yeah, our majors are our biggest opportunity to grow our sport and to grow this tour. It's when we get the most people watching, the most people here in the media center paying attention. These weeks are so important, and where you play, it matters. It matters to the casual fan. It matters to who's watching.
Thank you. Over to Juan.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah. So part of the watching experience is going to be watching the struggle, no, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw that with the PGA at Oak Hill. We're going to see that this week here, no?
Mm-hmm.
So, can you talk a little bit about the resilience of women in conditions like this? No? So
yeah. This golf course is going to play hard, and then you're going to add some elements of wind and rain, and it's going to get even harder. And it's going to be one of those golf courses that you just have to, when you get in trouble, you got to get out. There's a lot of the par fours have, cross bunkers that, if you try to take something, be aggressive out of the rough and get caught in these cross bunkers that are 50, 60 yards from the hole, you can make some big numbers. So it's going to come down to who manages it the best, who can get up and down from 100 yards the most often. It's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be at least one of those birdie fests where, everybody's just attacking pins.
I wonder how long it took you for the majors, especially to accept bogeys and celebrate pars, which is kind of the key to this week. Yeah.
Well, I love hard golf courses. I love when it plays hard. So I've never had to accept it. I just, I love the challenge of hard golf courses, and it's always suited my game. So I get excited for play this.
Thanks, Juan. Over to Sarah.
With that unique feature of ending on 2 par 5s, can you just kind of walk us through your strategy of how to play 17 with that blind second shot, and then 18 with water down the left, water across the fairway, and that slope up to the green?
Yeah, so 17, I honestly think the most important shot's going to be that tee shot of getting it in the fairway, so you can kind of get over the big mess of bunkers there in the layup area. Because then from there, if you can get to that layup area, you got a pretty short wedge in your hand. Green's coming back at you. So it's a good birdie opportunity. And, maybe they move a tee up or there to make that a little bit interesting. And then 18 is actually very similar. You got to get it in the fairway, because then, you're one, if you hit in the rough, you can't get to the green, and two, you can't even get over that creek sometimes. So you're having to lay back at 160, 170 yards for your third shot into a par 5. So, to me, it's get in the fairway, and then can I be aggressive from there?
How mentally challenging is it to prepare on a firm, fast layout with weather coming? Might soften it a little bit. I know they have sub air and drainage out here now, but how challenging is it to kind of prepare on something and then have to play on something else?
Yes. Yeah, it's really hard. You come off the last couple of weeks where it's been a little bit softer, and then you come to here. The first, day you probably watched everybody's chips are going too far. You're carrying them too far. They're rolling out too much. And so you make that adjustment and come backwards, and then, you're going to see something completely different once the rain starts. So, we face those challenges every week. But, with the sub air, I don't think the greens will change a whole lot, to be honest, but it'll just be more, drives aren't rolling as much. They haven't had a ton of rain lately. So, hopefully we don't get a ton of rain and things don't change too much.
And then finally, I know we've kind of heard it's playing a little bit linksy out there, just being so firm and fast. As a player that's won on kind of a link style golf course before, do you think that favors you?
Yeah, I think, you got to be a little bit creative. You got to see the bounces. You got to know, when you got to kind of bounce it into hills, especially, even on approach shots, of whether, okay, I'm 120 yards, but if I carry it up on top of this ridge, it might go over the back. Can I chip a little 9 into the hill and let it kind of release out on top? So you got to be a little bit creative when it's bouncy like this, and just take the opportunities when they come.
Brian?
In your opinion, who's the number 1 player in women's golf right now?
Oh, somebody asked me this the other day. Man, It was hard. I didn't have an answer the other day either. I'd say probably the most complete player right now is probably Jin Young Ko. And I know she's number one in the rankings and everything, but just as far as ball striking to putting, where she's at right now, I would probably say her.
Back to Beth.
Rose Zhang is coming in here a little bit later today. Solheim Cup captain. Have you had a chance to spend any time with her? And just can you give us your impressions of Mizuho?
Yeah, texted with her a little bit. I've known Rose for a while now. She played for me at the Spirit, the amateur competition a couple years ago. So she played for me there. So I texted with her a little bit, tried to leave her alone because I know things have been crazy for her, and just told her I needed her to try on clothes this week. That was really all I needed to bug her about. And I said, we can talk more after Pebble. So I wasn't surprised at all to see her win there. I do think having the juniors there helped her just be a little bit more comfortable maybe in that environment. But at that Spirit 2 years ago, Rose shot 10 under for 3 days, won by 2 or 3. And if you'd watched her play, you probably said she played bad. I mean, it was just very impressive with her demeanor and the way she carries herself. And I played with her during COVID at A&A out in the desert. So, I've seen her play a lot of golf, not surprising. I've obviously followed college golf because of my husband. So I get his side of it as well. And, as captain, I'm excited. I had her on my radar just more for 2024. Because I knew it'd be hard for her to win because that was the only way she was going to have a chance to play for 23 was for her to win. So, so I've been following her, and now obviously we're following things a little bit more closely, and, but she's still, like everybody else, she can still go earn her spot. She's obviously moving up Rolex pretty quickly. So, I'd love for her to make it on her own and take the decision out of my hands.
Can I ask one more follow-up? Just looking at the forecast with all the rain that's hopefully not coming, what kind of player does this golf course favor?
I think approach play, ball striking. Fairways are tight at points, but in general, you got some room off the tees in general. So I would point more to like a second shot, and then who can just kind of have the smarts to manage things when you do get in trouble.
Juan?
Yeah. So yes. So
You're good.
yeah. Yesterday we learned a lot about the KPMG insights and stats.
Yep.
And what would you say is the main contribution from those stats and those, and then how do you plan to use those at the Solheim Cup?
Yeah. So yesterday, they've been working on this for a long time. I do know that of getting right now our stats, you have to have a login, and you can only basically players and caddies are the only ones that can see it. So now the stats are going to be out there for the public to see. So they can go on and see, I just sit here and say, okay, it's going to be a great iron play. Now the public can go on there and say, okay, who has the best strokes gained approach? Who should I be looking for to play this week? So I think it just brings more interest to it, especially for people that are interested in that. And kind of, the analytics are in every sport right now. And so just a great opportunity for us to take advantage of it. I know a lot of the girls have used it in their own games of how to get better and what areas they should get better in. And then Solheim Cup, it's been a long process of basically trying to get our team to have what the men's Ryder Cup teams have had for the last 3 Ryder Cups, of having this access to data to allow us to, we're meeting with them today, but to really dive into these players of what's their strengths and weaknesses, who's trending in the right direction, who's not, who plays best on certain types of grasses. And then once the Solheim Cup happens, it's the pairings themselves of what, simulating pairings of who can play well together. And I've learned a lot over these last few months of, they have a lot of data, a lot of research on the 4-ball and the foursome format of what types of players play best in those formats. And it's completely changed my mindset on what type of players you put in those situations. So I think it's going to really help us. I think it's given me some clarity, I think, of why we've struggled in the past in certain formats. And so I'm excited to hopefully see it work out a little bit better for us.
So I'm guessing it might be even a reference for your picks too, no?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I think you could look at the picks that when it comes down to it of who, what player, if, you need, say somebody's automatically made it and I need someone to pair with that person and I'm between two picks, of those two people, who pairs the best with that person. So yeah, so I mean, it's a huge part of the picks already. They're able to project who's going to make the team based on the players' past schedules and how they played at those past tournaments. I mean, basically anything I ask statistics wise, they can figure it out. So it's, and I'm very much that mindset, as you could probably tell. So yeah, so it's been great for me. And I think it's going to offer clarity for the players of, hey, I'm not just putting you together because you play the same golf ball or your friends or whatever it is. I'm putting you guys together for a reason because I think you can be really successful.
All right, we'll wrap with Steve.
That might have been the most analytical answer.
Sorry.
No, that might have been the most analytical answer we've ever got from a Solheim Cup captain who's still trying to play.
Yes.
How do you now go out and try to work on your 5-iron?
That Solheim brain shuts off, and when I'm inside the ropes, I'm Stacy the golfer. I try to be where I am. I try to focus on the task at hand, and when I leave the golf course, I'm going home to be with my family, and everything else shuts down. So just try to compartmentalize things and get through every day. But yeah, my brain's always going. It never really shuts down.
All right. Well, thank you, Stacy, and best of luck
Yes,
this week.
thank you.
In the event there is
Microsoft Word.
go for it. Yep. All right, everyone. Welcome back here at the KPMG Women's PGA Championship. I am pleased to be joined by the defending champion, Gee Chun. Gee, welcome back to the KPMG Women's PGA and to here at Baltusrol. What has it been like returning to this major as its defending champion?
I'm so excited to be back here as the defending champion. I know it's a little bit more pressure than other tournaments, but at the same time, it's more fun. So I think I'm ready to enjoy it this week.
We just told a story, by the way, of you saying you had forgotten your credential today and you almost didn't get into the parking lot. Just explain that a little bit.
No, it was the locker room. So I forgot to bring my credential card this morning. I put in the bag last night. Then like my caddy had the bag. So I'm trying to get into the locker room, and the security person said you can't get in there. So I showed them another money clip, and she said you need extra credential card. So I'm sure I'm player. Then the other locker room person recognized me. Oh, she's the defending champion, so she can come in. So she helped me to get in this morning.
That's nice. Very nice. With that, we'll open it up with Babs back here.
Was wondering your early impressions of the golf course.
For golf course, I played yesterday and 2 days ago for the practice round and prom. Greens are super fast here. Love is not easy, so I can tell it's absolutely major course here.
And as a player, when you come to a place with such great tradition in golf, do you feel that tradition?
I can tell, and then I heard a lot of history from my manager, so it felt very honored, and I always play like a lot of historic golf course, and then I saw the couple of members and people around here. They're so nice, and I think most member has a lot of pride. So I'm really appreciated to have opportunity to play at Baltusrol this week.
All right, Sarah.
You got to attend the Champions Dinner. We saw a really cool picture of you pointing at your name on the trophy. What was that experience like to be at that event?
It was good to see the trophy with my name on it, because the last time was just without my name. So it means a lot, and I'm just really happy to see my name on there. So I want to try to lift it. Okay.
Looking at this golf course, it's a little bit different. We don't often close with 2 par 5s back to back. Just can you talk through your strategy on those 2 holes and what you might do coming down the stretch?
I can remember I had it before the course setting, but I think pretty much it's the first time to play like 17 and 18 gonna be 2 par 5. And then last hole has a chance to get to the green. And number 17 is not easy par 5. So I think this week key is to keep the fairway. It's really important. So I think it's really fun to finish. And I think everyone's has a little different feel, but for sure it's fun, and just always have different setting makes it more fun, and yeah, just accept what they did.
Just took some time away to kind of rehab your body, and I'm sure taking a mental break as well. Just how are you feeling being back this week in such a big setting? And obviously played last week, but what did last week tell you about where your game is heading into this week?
I didn't have good result last week, but for sure, I feel much stronger right now. So we're the athletes, so we use a lot of our body. So I had inflammation on my back. So after international crown, I decided to go back to Korea to see my doctor. And the time I had a little bit of break at the beginning, then I started workout and Pilates and then practice. So my body feel much more strong right now. And then I started work with the new video Adam and last week. So we're trying to our best to make the best condition. And then it's not my last tournaments. We have a lot of more tournaments and like next year and then more year too. So I just keep trying to make a good condition and good body, and then to try enjoy to play golf every week.
All right, over here.
When you look at the weather forecast, it looks like it's going to rain almost every day this week. Do you change your game in any way, or does it put a premium on fairways, or what?
Absolutely. When we had the rain, we have to change our game plan a little bit because after rain, greens are getting softer. So maybe we can try more carry, and then like sometimes it helps to go to the pin more. But I think already like we're who play in this field, they have all the like we already had the experience before. So I think everyone has different game plan, but at the same time we can control the weather. So just keep playing their own game plan is the really important. So I'm trying to keep my game plan as well.
All right, Beth Ann.
Oh, yes. Hi, Angie.
Hi.
Are you pain free now? And also the second question, what is your like daily routine for your back?
Still, I have a little bit like inflammation on my back. So sometime after like long flight and I can feel it. And so I'm trying to take a medicine every day. But I had it twice in a day before, but now just one time. So then one thing's good. Last 2 weeks, I didn't have any pain. It just feel a little sometimes stiff and heavy. But when I played golf on the court, it's no problems. And so we try and make stronger for core and like legs and help support the back. So in the morning when I wake up on the bed, I try to like stretching first, then work out with Adam and physio. And so I tried my best.
And then if I could just ask one more, you've been really honest and open over the years about your struggles with mental health. What made you want to be open about that and share that with fans?
My depression is not only like start like a couple months ago, like 1 year ago. It has been a long time, but when I just got very sad mood, it was tough to share because I thought like I have to be perfect because I'm a little perfect needs for the golf. So I wanted to make a perfect game at the same time, but everything had to be perfect. It makes me more pressure, so I couldn't enjoy to play golf. So I tried to just accept what's different right now, because still it's me, no matter like what. So I wanted to share more, and at the same time No, that happened is not just just me, because everyone has their own like hard time. So I want to make them feel less pressure, because I going through my hard time, and then make the win at the KPMG last year. So I'm trying to help other players as well. You can do it. I want to give them for that message. So hopefully someone's going through in their hard time, then I hope to I'm happy to help the people, not only for the golfer, but everyone.
Thank you.
Any questions down in front? Nope. All good. Any last call for English questions? With that, we're going to wrap up some in Korean, if that's all right.
Okay.
I will not be speaking Korean. Welcome back to the KPMG Women's PGA Championship in G. What is it like to be back at this major as defending champion?
디펜딩 챔피언으로 대회에 참가하게 되면 아무래도 뭔가 그만큼의 큰 의미가 또 있는 자리에서 플레이를 하게 되기 때문에 다른 대회들보다는 더 잘하고 싶은 욕심도 부담감도 있는 것 같아요. 근데 또 그거를 조금 다르게 생각하면 뭔가 디펜딩 챔피언으로서 이렇게 다시 대회에 참가할 수 있는 기회가 있다는 것만으로도 설레고 또 즐거운 일이라고 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 그런 부담감들을 보기보다는 감사하고 즐거움을 줄 수 있는 그런 부분을 보면서 이번 주 플레이 하고 싶어요. 사실 그렇게 생각을 했을 때 또 한타라도 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같다고 생각을 하기 때문에 네, 그런 마음가짐으로 이곳에 왔고 또 그런 마음을 가지고 이번 주 플레이 해보려고 합니다.
What are some of your thoughts on Baltus roll and some of the keys of getting around this course successfully?
연습 라운드랑 프로그램을 해봤는데 정말 메이저 코스답게 코스가 쉽지 않은 것 같아요. 처음에는 작년에 했던 코스보다 길이도 짧아졌고 조금 더 평평한 느낌이라서 스코어가 그래도 좀 더 잘 나올 거라 생각을 해봤었는데 그린도 굉장히 빠르고 역시나 메이저 코스라는 생각이 들더라고요. 그래서 정말 모든 선수들이 가지고 있는 스킬들을 다 필요로 하는 골프 코스라고 생각을 해요. 그래서 페어웨이를 지키는 것도 중요하고 또 세컨샷을 어느 위치에서 하면은 좋은지 이런 것들도 생각을 해야 되고 또 그린을 놓치게 되면 굉장히 그린 주변에서 어려운 숏게임들이 기다리고 있기 때문에 정말 모든 게임의 모든 요소를 다 생각하면서 플레이를 해야 되는 코스인 것 같습니다.
You played last week at the Meyer LPGA Classic, the first time we'd seen you on tour since taking a little break after the International Crown. What was that break like for you, and what did you take away from last week before this major?
사실 운동 선수다 보니까 많이 몸을 사용을 하고 그래서 허리에 염증이 좀 있는 상태였어요. 그래서 통증을 느끼고 있는 상태였어서 인터내셔널 크라운은 나라를 대표하는 그런 대회였기 때문에 나가서 잘 하고 싶었고 또 그렇게 플레이를 하고 그 다음에는 이제 메이저 대회들 또 이제 제가 디펜딩 챔피언으로 참가하는 대회들이 이렇게 있기 때문에 그러니까 통증을 없는 상태에서 플레이를 해서 조금이라도 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보여드려야 한다는 게 저한테는 가장 먼저 든 생각이었어서 그래서 쉬는 동안 이제 한국을 돌아가서 담당 선생님 뵙고 몸 체크하고 그다음에 처음에는 골프를 안 하면서 염증을 없애는데 좀 더 신경을 썼고 그다음에는 운동을 굉장히 많이 했어요. 또 앞으로 이번 대회가 마지막이 아니라 계속해서 몸을 써야 하기 때문에 또 강하게 또 만들어서 어떻게 보면 허리를 통증을 줄이려면 코어, 힙 이런 데들을 강화시켜서 이렇게 좋은 컨디션으로 플레이를 해 나가자 이런 마음으로 운동도 하고 또 연습을 하고 왔어요. 그래서 근데 또 골프라는 게 참 알다가도 모르겠는 게 다시 돌아오면서 사실 몸 컨디션도 너무 좋고 뭔가 잘할 수 있을 것 같은 느낌이 있었거든요. 근데 잘하고 싶은 욕심에 막 이것도 신경 쓰고 저것도 신경 쓰고 막 하려고 하다 보니까 코스에서 생각이 너무 많아졌던 것 같아요. 또 오랜만에 대회를 하다 보니까 더 그랬던 것 같은데 저번 주 하면서 또 배운 것들이 있고 느낀 것들이 있어서 그런 부분을 또 잘 컨트롤하고 멘탈 부분도 잘 컨트롤하면서 플레이 하면은 또 남은 이번 시즌 대회들에서 제가 원하는 그런 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있을 거라는 믿음으로 또 하루하루 준비하고 제가 할 수 있는 거에 최선을 다하려고 하고 있습니다.
지금 대회 기간 동안 비가 계속 올 것 같은데 이제 선수로서 따로 준비할 수 있는지 아니면 비가 오면은 이제 플레이할 때 전략이 어떻게 달라지는지 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
아무래도 비가 오면 가장 크게 코스에서 변화되는 부분은 단단했던 그린이 조금 소프트해지면서 볼을 좀 더 잘 받아준다인 것 같아요. 그래서 선수들이 뭐 런 나오는 걸 감안하는 부분에서 조금 변화가 있을 수도 있고 또 러프에서는 아무래도 잔디가 젖어 있기 때문에 조금 더 어려운 것도 있고 하지만 여기 있는 선수들은 정말 다 월드 베스트 선수들이 모여 있고 또 그만큼의 각자 자기 자신들만의 경험, 노하우들이 있잖아요. 그래서 그거를 바탕으로 플레이를 하게 되기 때문에 항상 비가 오더라도 잘하는 선수들이 굉장히 많이 있는 것 같아요. 저 역시도 항상 날씨는 제가 컨트롤할 수 있는 게 아니기 때문에 비가 올지도 모른다 이런 생각으로 저뿐만 아니라 모든 선수들이 뭐 비옷, 비에 관련된 그런 준비물들 다 챙겨 오는데 저 역시도 비가 오게 되면 비옷 잘 챙겨 입고 또 클럽이 비에 젖지 않도록 또 잘하고 그 다음에 최대한 페어웨이 미스하지 않게 또 티샷 잘하고 항상 바라는 건 뭐 잘하는 거겠죠. 근데 비가 오더라도 또 작년 제가 콩그레셔널에서 대회를 했을 때도 첫날에 비가 오면서 그린도 소프트해지고 그러면서 조금 더 핀으로 과감하게 공략할 수 있었고 하거든요. 어려운 부분을 생각하게 되면 자꾸 점점 더 어려워지니까 비가 와서 도움을 받을 수 있는 그런 좋은 부분, 긍정적인 생각을 가지고 이번 주 플레이하고 싶어요.
Thank you.
Not sure if he's gonna be he's probably seen enough athletes. Yeah.
Listen, he at least knows you.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're ready. All right, welcome back inside the KPMG Women's PGA Championship Online Media Center and also Media Center here. I'm pleased to be joined by Lydia Ko. Lydia, welcome back to the KPMG Women's PGA. And now that you've seen Baltus roll, just some upcoming thoughts on what it's like to be back at this major.
Yeah, I actually came here and did like an advanced practice round after our Founders Cup. The good thing about playing a lot in New Jersey this past couple months, it's given us, I think, all the players opportunities if they wanted to come and look, and the golf course were very generous enough to open up their golf course for us. And yeah, you know, it's always different, I think, a little bit coming a month advanced to being the week of, and the course is more championship ready. It's firm, fast, long, rough, and all that. And the golf course is in really good shape. I think Gillihan's redid the course a few years ago, and I got to see him yesterday, which was really cool. But yeah, it's a very KPMG-esque, very major-like golf course, and I'm excited for all the golf that's ahead the next 3 days.
All right, okay, we'll get things started over here with Jeff.
Lydia, as you look at this as a thorough test, what's the most important thing it asks of you?
I think the approach shots going into the green needs a lot of precision. There are some holes where the greens are really big, so necessarily you being on the green doesn't guarantee you an easy birdie, two putt, etc. And there are some greens where it falls off straight from back to front, and there's only a small area where they can have the pin locations, and that just means that your numbers need to be very precise. And if there's no like, okay, this is a better miss on those kind of holes. So I think your second shots are obviously going to be key. The rough is getting juicy, and I think with the weather forecast, it's not going to be easy when you do hit it in there. But the good thing about this golf course is that the front of the greens are pretty flat. So at least if you do have a long club in, you're able to hopefully chase it up to the front edge of the green. And at any majors, putting is very important. Some of those par saves are just as important as birdies. So I think it's an all round. You need to have precision and throughout the bag. And the person that's going to be hoisting the trophy at the end of the week is definitely going to tick all those boxes.
And as you look at the week and get ready for this golf course, what in your game would you like to maybe dial up a notch to?
Yeah, I haven't been playing the best golf leading up to this event. But in saying that, I feel like my scores haven't been the exact reflection of how I've been playing. Last week I didn't feel like I played that bad, but just a few putts here and there, maybe a few shots. And those are the big differences at the end of the week. So hopefully, being able to bring all that together, that's the weird thing and fun thing and frustrating thing about golf is that every day it's different. Everything's clicking for you one day or that week, and then it may not be the case the week after. So I think hopefully it's not too far away, and I'm just trying to be positive, and especially on a golf course where it's going to be tricky. You just have to be really patient. And I was saying, a lot of people saying it's tough, but it's tough for everyone. It's not tough for one certain player. So it's going to be fair. And I'm hoping to just have a fun week out here at a beautiful golf course.
Ryan?
This week you played Ulster Roll, golf courses that guys go into these pretty custom venues. A lot of coverage too, a lot more TV time, prime time, and what do you hope casual fans will take away from watching you go play these golf courses? What message would you like to leave?
Yeah, I think it's super exciting that KPMG has taken us to some great golf courses like Congressional last year and so many, and for the USGA to take us to Pebble Beach, where I think the Women's Open have never been played there before, but it has held many other USGA championships and other big events as well. So I think for us as players, it's very exciting to go and be part of the history that's left there. It doesn't matter how well you do, you talk to some of the players and they're like, okay, because the Women's Open is at Pebble Beach, I want to make sure I'm there playing that week. And I think Baltusrol is also another place where I always kind of heard about it, and wasn't sure if I'd ever go play there competitively, but to be here at a championship golf course where you see all the past champions there in the clubhouse, Lee Jensen stuff, it's really cool. And to hear some of the final shots coming in into 18. So yeah, I think hopefully a lot of people that maybe not necessarily know a lot about the LPGA, but they're familiar to the golf course and their locals know that, every time there's a championship out in those kind of locations, come out and watch. I think it'll be exciting. And I think it is different when you do come out here and watch. It is very impressive to see the level of play of these female golfers. I play alongside them almost every week. And sometimes I feel like I should get a seat myself and watch, because there's just so much talent and there's so much power. And I think, you have some of the best, not female athletes, but athletes here. And I think for people that aren't necessarily familiar, hopefully they'll be able to come and watch it and then become fans. And I don't think it takes much for them to become fans, because I'm fans of so many players out on tour.
All right, Anne?
Hi, Lydia. With all the tournaments out here in New Jersey, how many times have you actually been able to play here just to practice? And has Gail Hans talked to you a little bit about maybe giving you some tips about, where the trouble is and what to do here?
I only played it once. I played it the Monday after Founders. So I played bad last week. So I was able to come and see the golf course on Sunday prior and play 9 holes. I didn't talk too much about the golf course with Gail Hans. I feel like every other person is going to be like, so how do you play this golf course? What was your thoughts behind it? And it's kind of like when we go and people are like, okay, so how do you hit this punch 7-iron? It's like, that's the last thing you want to talk about when you're having a conversation. And I thought it was just really cool to meet him. And I was talking about some of the other golf courses that he's redesigned, like Lake Merced, and he's doing the Olympic course, the lake course. And I won the silver medal at the Rio Olympic course that he did as well. So hopefully that's a lot of good juju, good energy from I think probably one of the most popular and trendy golf architect. And yeah, it's just really cool. And I think every architect has their own kind of flair, like character and personality on the golf courses. So it's nice as players to go and say, hey, this kind of golf course has that type of green or this type of grass or whatever. And it's obviously got his personality to it. And you're just hoping that that characteristics and your play ends up being in a good combination for the week.
Sarah?
Obviously, like you said, kind of struggled last week, but do you think it kind of helps you a little bit? Major championships have so many expectations around them, especially when you're, where you are in the world right now. Do you think it kind of helps to have kind of few expectations of yourself when you show up to a golf course that's this challenging at a championships that's this prestigious?
Yeah, I'm just trying to play the best golf I can. I think I've only played well at the KPMG Women's PGA Championship like a couple times. So I would love to, be able to put myself more in contention. And obviously that's the goal at the end of any event we go to, be in contention and obviously peaking at our highest at the majors. And, I feel like after missing the cut, you can't really go below that unless I disqualify myself for some reason, and touch wood, I don't do that. So I'm just trying to keep being positive, and I think that's sometimes been a struggle. I think if people say, oh no, like it's just rainbows and sunny days after missing a cut, I feel like that wouldn't be the most honest answer. I think it's been frustrating the last couple months, but my team and my family have been trying to keep me grounded and say, hey, we're still moving in the right direction. And I think I'm very grateful to have those kind of support system that believes in you when you necessarily might not believe in yourself. So yeah, I'm just trying to play the best golf I can. And sometimes your B game is still good and sometimes your A game is not good enough. So it's just, you're just trying to play the best you can and have fun. And at such a venue where there's been so much history, it'd be pretty cool to be part of that.
This golf course ends with 2 par 5s, which is not normal for most venues. Can you just walk us through the strategy of 17 and 18 and how you might try to attack those two par 5s in the closing stretch?
Yeah, I think obviously very dependent on the weather forecast and the wind direction. 18 is meant to be the reachable par 5, and then 17 is I think for most cases going to be a 3-shot hole just with the bunkers guarding the front of the green. No, I think it goes both ways. I think if you hit, a good tee shot, then your second shot is obviously going to be a lot stress-free, just hitting it to that 70-yard-ish mark and then hit it on the green for 3 on the 17th. But then if you do miss your tee shot, there's bunkers you have to carry, and that's I think going to be pretty difficult unless you do get a good lie out of the rough for the bunkers. So I think the tee shot is going to be key for both. Even 18, if you're in the rough, I would doubt it that you'd be able to reach the green. So hitting 2 quality drives are going to be the big key, and I think that's going to dictate the strategy for the rest of the holes.
Back here to my right.
Just with the recent news with the PGA and the merging with Liv, what would your thoughts be on if that were to make its way to LPGA?
Honestly, I feel like everything that's going on is so up in there. Like, we don't know what's happening. I'm sure there's a lot of information that I don't know. Like, all I know is what I've seen on Golf Channel or things that I've scrolled through on Instagram. So everything's up in there. I think right now we're at a championship venue playing our second major of the year with such big supporters like KPMG, and they have, I think, the Women's Leadership Summit today, and I think there's a lot of great things to talk about, and I don't have enough information to talk about the other kind of stuff, and I'm here, and I think all of us players are here to talk about this event, and we're excited to be here, and what happens is going to happen. We can't worry about what's not happened yet.
And what have your impressions been playing in New Jersey? I know that you're coming to New Jersey a lot this year. So what have those experiences been like?
Newark Airport is getting very familiar. I think I landed on Saturday afternoon. I was like, I ate at that restaurant at the airport. And I was like, why is it so familiar? I was like, oh yeah, I literally ate there like less than 2 weeks ago. It's a very nice airport, so very easy for us. 3 very different style of golf courses. Playing at Liberty National was really cool. Taking the ferry, staying in Manhattan. The founders, I think Upper Montclair Golf Club has had the tournament on for 2 years now. It's that golf course itself is like another major championship venue, very tight fairways, courses in great shape. And we're here at Baltusrol where really no explanation is needed. So I'd say my New York, New Jersey accent is not catching on me. I think it's a very distinct accent, but that's definitely not getting stronger, but enjoying our time here. Oh, I missed ShopRite, which we play at Atlantic City. I didn't play this year, but the LPGA has played there for a really long time. So yeah, four times in New Jersey, no complaints, and it's all been pretty dense together, which has made the travel logistically a little bit easier. But yeah, not leaving with any New York, New Jersey accent, unfortunately.
All right, down here in front.
Yep, Elliot. Obviously, quite a bit of anticipation for this being Rose Zhang's first pro major after what she did at Mizuho. I wondered, what do you think her impact on the women's game could end up being?
Yeah, I think everybody, I think you guys like to talk about first this, last this, like there's always titles, right? But this is not the first major championship Rose has played in. She's played in a bunch more that she's qualified into, and she's playing the rest, this year. So I think it was super impressive that was so much hype and attention around her at Mizuho. And, with the amateur career she had, I bet there was a lot of weight on her shoulders, but for her to finish in that style, go in a playoff and win, I think she pretty much proved any doubters that, hey, like, no need to be worrying about me. I'm casually doing my own business and doing it pretty well. So she's been playing so well, and I'm sure she's going to have another good week. I haven't really played a lot alongside her. I've seen her play, and obviously her results speak for itself. And it's just, I think she's going to have another good week, and she seems like she doesn't get phased too much about all the attention that's surrounding her. And she's a very special player, and I don't think you need me to say she's special. She's already, her accolades and everything speak for itself. Yeah.
As someone who had a lot of success at a very young age herself, like how, what's the key for her? What will be the key for her in dealing with all that attention that comes with the kind of success that she's having?
Yeah, I think every player goes down their own journey. I think that's a great thing about golf. We can play for a really long time, as long as you want, as long as there's no injuries or other things involved. And I think she's just got to keep being herself, just be the Rose Zhang she is. No, she can't be like somebody else because she's never going to be. And, she's been doing so well. And I don't know if anyone can give her advice just because we've walked in similar roads and pathways. I think she's going to do awesome. And I think it's exciting for golf and women's golf to have a player like her. And I'm sure a lot of kids and players juniors are going to grow up and say, hey, I want to be like Rose. I want to go to Stanford. I want to come and be an LPGA Tour winner. So yeah, I think it's exciting for women's golf. And yeah, I'm excited to see where she goes. And yeah, I mean, we're not that age difference wise, not that different. I think people think I'm like 35 by now, but we're like not that different. Yeah, people have asked me like, what advice would I give her? And I'm like, I don't know, she's playing better than me. So what advice would she give me?
All right, with that, 3 more. We'll start with Jeff to Zephyr and then to Ann here. So Jeff?
You mentioned, I mean, you have walked that path. You had early success and handled it. What was the best thing you learned from that early period out here?
I think I was very lucky enough that obviously that would have been very similar to Rose before she had won Mizuho, that I got a lot of opportunities to play on the LPGA before my rookie year. And that way, just when I was a rookie, it was like girls that I'd seen on magazine and TV weren't like just there, and it'd be like nerve-wracking. And I felt like a lot of people were very welcoming, telling me where to get my yardage book, like where the locker room is. And I think sometimes it's the little things that kind of makes you a little like frustrated and lost because you've just never been in that environment before. And for me, I think that was the biggest key. And I think I played like around 10, 11 tournaments as an amateur before being on tour. And that way it just kind of made that transition a lot easier. Whereas if you play nothing and you come out, like you're just trying to get adjusted to a lot of things. And I think that was like the biggest thing that like made that transition easier, where my rookie year didn't feel like a complete rookie, and I had got to play a few golf courses. And I think that's why you see a lot of rookies ending up playing a lot of these events, because you don't know these golf courses, so you can't really pick and choose. You're trying to know and get familiar so that next year you're like, okay, in this schedule, like this works out better for me and this doesn't. And for me, that was something that I didn't necessarily have to go through, which is something that I'm very fortunate about. And yeah, it's just, I think the cool thing about our tour is that everyone is very welcoming. And I think if you just go and ask a question, no one's going to be like, no, and just walk away. They're going to say, hey, it's this way, or this is where you get it. And I think the LPGAs are a lot more like family orientated. And that's why I think when somebody wins, is most of the time there's always a player or a couple players that's always there to support each other. And I think that's why being on tour is a lot more fun and engaging than maybe some other environments.
All right, Zephyr?
Lydia, sorry, I walked in a little late, so forgive me if you've already spoken on this, but what's the biggest difference between last year on the course and this year?
If only I knew, then I would do it. I think golf is a lot about momentum. So I think it doesn't take much. Like golf is one of those weird sports you could miss 7 cuts in a row and then win the next week, and you're like, what was the difference? And then you look back, you could obviously list a few things, but then you're like, wasn't that different? And it's a head scratcher. I think even in my 19 wins, I think I've had amazing final rounds like I did at Evian, or had days where had the week where I had one really low round, but the rest of the week was good, but it wasn't like, the best 4 rounds of my life, and I was still able to win. So it's just, I think it depends on the week. I think I haven't really got off into a good momentum of things, and I feel like if I do catch that, have a good week, hopefully that will build the confidence and kind of build that momentum into the week after and the week after. I started the year with a bang, winning my first event of my season, and it couldn't have been a better start than I could have wished for. A lot of expectations, but from CME till where I played the Ramco event, it's 3 months. A lot of things can happen in 3 days, in along 3 hours, and for 3 months, a lot of things happen. And I think just because you had a great year last year, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have that amazing year the following season. But I'm gonna still continue to work hard and keep working with my team just so that I can be more consistent and hopefully put myself more and more in contention. And I had a spell where I didn't win for 3 years a couple of times, so it's not like I've never been there before. It hasn't been that long, and I've still got, I think, over half the season left. So yeah, a lot of golf to be played, and I'm just trying to be positive. I think I definitely have a tendency to get down and frustrated and disappointed at myself, but I think my family and team have really helped me to keep my head high. And I know that no matter if I shoot a high or a low score, now I come back home and I call my husband and I'm still the same me. So it's always great to feel that love outside of what happens out on the golf course for us.
You spoke a little bit about those struggles in the past where you've had years where you had dry spells. What was the key for you when you dug yourself out of those?
I think it was literally my family and team. I like I said, my personality, I'm not the most confident, cocky, oh yeah, I'm the greatest player, whatever. That's just not who I am. I sometimes wish I was more like that. I saw some of the interviews from the guys last week and I was like, damn, I wish I had that mentality. I think that's just such a great place to be at when you're on the golf course. And I think my family and team have just been there to support me and listen to some of my frustrations. And when I'm at the golf course, try and work it out and be consistent. And sometimes you're going to have your ups and downs, but, you're just trying to make those ups and downs a lot less. And I guess there's discrepancy between the two. And I think they've always helped me. Obviously, my team have changed a little bit over the years, but no matter who's been there, I feel like whoever it is, they've always been there to support me, and I'm very grateful for that.
And one last one with Anne.
Lydia, maybe along those same lines, can you pinpoint one lesson from golf that you use in your day-to-day life?
One lesson from golf from my day-to-day life.
That you bring to your day-to-day life.
Oh,
I know there are many, but
nothing is as frustrating as a bad day at golf. So sometimes it is only brighter on the other side. But no, I would just say patience. They say patience is a virtue, and sometimes I feel like that's just saying that everybody says, but literally when you're out there golfing, and you're out there and it doesn't go your way, but you keep waiting and waiting and you keep knocking on the door, and that door is gonna open at one point. You know, sometimes you wish it was an automatic door where you just stand there and it opens itself. But I think if you put in the right work and believe in your process and you're patient, then everything's gonna sort itself out. And even if it doesn't, hey, golf is not me. Yeah, golf is something that I do, and it's something that I love doing, and I'm very grateful for it. It's given me a lot of opportunities, but golf doesn't equal Lydia. That's what I'm trying to get a better idea at. But yeah, that's, I think, the biggest key. Thank you.
A great way to wrap it. Thank you, Lydia.
Thank you.
Back. I'm back.
You remember these guys?
Greg, how are you?
Great.
Good. And we finally got rid of Lydia. Now we can get to the real stuff, right? Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2023 KPMG Women's PGA Championship. We're pleased to be joined now by the PGA of America's CEO, Seth Waugh, who has an exciting announcement and check presentation to make.
Yeah.
Seth?
Well, great to be here. And Greg, you're working on your voice well. You're starting to sound more like Julius every day. So well done. I think we pick them by the melodious tones. We have a cool thing to announce today. And a few years ago, we decided to add a fourth pillar to our foundation, which is called PGA Reach, which hopefully a lot of you know. Which is called a places to play. And we had this idea that if we're going to create all these new golfers, which is obviously happening in the world, and particularly if they're going to be, invitationally reached out to and coming from non-traditional places of golf, that we're going to need places to play. And that we want to, the foundation of it is to create access to be not only welcoming but invitational, to do it in places, whether they're old munis that are struggling or driving ranges that might be sort of buffed up, whatever it is. We want to be there to do it, to help that, because if we create all these golfers and there's no place to play, we've kind of defeated the purpose. And at each of our major events, we also realize that we kind of come in, have a great week, spend 3 years preparing for 4 days, if you will, and then we leave and we feel like carpetbaggers that hasn't left something behind to remember us by. And so we're in these amazing places, in these amazing sections. By the way, I'm a Jersey guy, so it's great to be home. and really want to leave a legacy kind of everywhere we have a footprint. And so today I'm very pleased to announce that we have a $250,000 grant coming from our foundation, which is going to, as part of our Place to Play pillar, which is at the Inspiration Golf Range and Activity Center, which is in the Lions complex of the VA, New Jersey VA health systems. And it will include putting a roof on it, as well as much irrigation and a number of things to invite all kinds of folks to play there. Obviously, veterans, our HOPE program, as well as people with disabilities, as well as youth. So we really want it to be, a special place to grow the game. And it's led by our PGA head professional, Andy Brock, excuse me. And again, we're going to run all of our programs through there. We have Special Olympics, New Jersey, it'll be a part of it. Unified Partners and L's for Autism will also use the T-Box for things. And so I wanted to recognize a few folks from our New Jersey section. Chris Bauer, who is our executive director there. Bill Hook, who's the sitting president. We have Chris Hunt, who's the executive director of the New Jersey Golf Foundation. Thank you, Chris. And Mike Atara, who is the foundation president. So thank you guys for being here. I also want to recognize our national leadership. We have our board member who's our chairs our Place to Play committee, Kathy Harbin, I'm very proud to serve with, and Kenny Sims, who of course is our program director for PGA Reach. So I really want to thank everybody for coming here. This is an important initiative for us, and something, again, it's that, we want to leave something in everywhere we go, but particularly in my home state of New Jersey, to recognize this great event this week and the future of the game. So thank you all for coming, and I think we have something to present. There.
Seth, before we get to the check, we got time for a couple.
Oh, sure, questions. Absolutely.
Start
Please.
Right here with one.
Just a quick thing. Oh, sorry, I need to do this. I wonder how this fits with other initiatives and other programs that your board members or your sections or even members themselves are doing with minorities, with recovering golf courses around the country.
Sure.
And if you plan to extend this to other places in the country.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Absolutely dovetails with everything we're doing. We have 4 pillars to our foundation. We have PGA Hope, which is helping our veterans everywhere, which is, considered therapy by the VA, and we actually get funding as a result of that, and because we're saving lives, which is extraordinary. We have PGA Works, which is our effort to include and diversify and equity within the game. We have scholarships there. We have internships. We run the PWCC, which is our basically the HBCU national championship, which we view as a sort of huge kind of billboard for what we're trying to do. And then we have we also have our youth programs mostly through PGA Junior League, which is the fastest growing thing in golf. We have about 75,000 kids. We're trying to create scholarships for anybody that needs it. So we want any kid that wants to play Junior League to be able to play through our scholarships. We're in the first, we're in about halfway through our first ever capital campaign. We've always lived hand to mouth, and we're on a $100 million capital campaign. And we're over 50 million has been raised now, all from individuals, which is something we're excited about. We've got an amazing group of trustees that help us steward that. And so, look, without, I will sound like an advertisement now. We're really excited about what's happening in the game. Not only are we at the all-time highs in playing, participation at over 41 million, but off course is booming as well. And there's now actually more off course players than there are participants than on course, which you'd think is a little bit weird, but like that, we view that as the gateway to the game in a lot of ways. And if we can convert more of them, and so we're working hard on that. And the interesting part about the off course is it's more women or girls, females than men are playing off course, which is exciting. And then if you look at the construct of like how the game is changing, I'll give you 3 stats that are really encouraging. One is that our juniors are at an all-time high, and it's about 40% girls, which is up, dramatically from in the last 3 or 4 years, and about almost 30% are kids of color. So it's changing, and we've talked a lot about it being the right thing to do, but also the right business thing to do, because last time I checked, half the world is female, and our next census, over half the country will be of color. And so if we're not growing in those incredible growth areas, we're not growing, right? We eliminate half and half. So the game needs to look more like the rest of the world, and hopefully the world can get a little civility and behave a little bit more like our game, right? If we can get it right. And I'll give you one last really cool stat, which is almost 50%, 48% of all participants in golf are now under the age of 35. And so if you think about the future of the game and where it's going, that's an extraordinary number. And you think about, I don't know what the number was, I'm trying to figure that out, but I'm guessing at 5 years ago it was probably 75% over 50, right? And so we really are changing, which is different than a lot of sports. Everybody talks about the aging of baseball, for instance. I don't mean to pick on them, but in a game that was getting older is now getting younger, which really bodes well for the thing. And so to have places for these people to actually experience the game is absolutely vital. And our PGA professionals are out there. Our 28,000 are out there every day, at the front line of the game, making it more enjoyable and more understandable and more welcoming, and we're really proud of that.
All right, we'll go over to Perry.
Wonderful. Between the factors of places you are, places in need, and then places converging with some of your other pillars, how are you weighing those factors when picking which locations to contribute to for places to play?
Yeah, so we have a committee that'll do some of that. We're trying to do it, and we just did the same thing in Rochester, not the same exact thing, but and what we're trying to do is go to the community, go to our locals on the ground, not impose something from national, but say, hey, what's the best way to help grow the game in your section, right? And so in this case, we've picked this decision. We had a different one in Rochester. We had a different one in Tulsa a year ago at the Southern Hills PGA Championship. So that's one thing we're doing around the majors. And then the other things we're doing is relying on our committee to find worthy projects in different parts of the country. We are, we're also looking at a potential loan program, which I think is more exciting than any of it in some ways, because if we just write checks, we'll run out of money at some point. If we can become a bank, if you will, that lends into certain projects, then we can perpetuate that forever. We're just using our balance sheet to do that. And so we're looking at all the above. I'm really, we're all really proud of and excited about what we just accomplished in West Palm Beach at the golf park, where there was we had an agreement with the mayor. It was really a handshake between he and I to say, we think we can do a public-private partnership, and that there was an RFP out there, and they were going to, we're all developers that were going to build condos and probably a mediocre golf course, and probably have the same issue that a lot of munis have, which they're underinvested in and therefore, and mismanaged to a certain degree, and they fail over time because they become, white elephants for the town, in the sense that, West Palm was losing about $1 million a year on something that we think should be a revenue generator, if you will. They sort of look at it, rightfully so, as sort of, okay, well, if we have $1 million, are we going to buy books, or are we going to, grow grass, right? And I would make the same decision they make, right? And if that's what you're comparing it to, but we think that the model of public-private partnerships, where they're managed, the money is raised locally, charitably to restore them, and then they're managed, in a remote way from the city, but for the benefit of the residents, is a great model. So we went into it at West Palm, and we raised $55 million to restore a municipal golf course. And the reason people donated, and it's all people, it wasn't any corporates, is really the story of changing lives. Like, golf is this vehicle, right? It's not, there's a lot of other ways to do it. It can be a great teacher, it can be an art class, it can be whatever. But here is a public facility of 180 acres that we think can transform lives through this game. But we're also going to teach STEM classes at night and art classes during the day, and have a caddy program, and kids are playing for free on the par 3. And that's what I just think golf is, this incredible engine for good, right? That changes all of our lives. We're all here for it. Like, it's a miracle that, that we hold major championships and people come to a certain degree, right? And in this game, right? And that you think about the charitable, the game raises over $3 billion a year in charity. Like every other game on earth borrows it. You've got the values that it teaches, the lessons that are learned, the time with your loved ones, or meeting new people. I can't remember the last close relationship that doesn't have some either beginning or end in golf. And so, that's the beauty of my job is the ability to take this amazing brand and kind of leverage it for good, right? To hopefully change lives. And golf is the vehicle for that. It's not the only way to do it, but it's a great way to do it. And we're going to do that every chance we can. And that's what Places to Play is all about.
Thank you.
Great. We'll wrap things up right here.
Seth, I mean, obviously you're a key leader in the game. I have to ask you about the merger, what your thoughts are, and how you feel it could impact the PGA.
Yeah, look, this is not our news story, right? It's others. This is the PGA Tour and not PGA of America. Sadly, we've been our brand has been dragged into it because people don't totally understand the difference between the two of us. I don't think it is a merger. I think that's a misunderstanding of what this handshake is. We're still waiting for lots of details on what it ultimately looks like. I do think that peace is better than war for the whole game, because I think you're getting unnatural acts, and I've been pretty vocal about saying that I didn't think it was a sustainable business model, and that's speaking as a pure sort of business person. So in some ways I'm hopeful, but obviously it's created an enormous amount of conversation and angst and confusion. And we're a bit a part of that confusion as well, and trying to sort through it all. I don't think there's any direct effect on us, specific to this. Certainly, the war had some implications of competing against a business model that wasn't a business model, and we have to do that too. And we'll see how it all plays out.
Great, thanks, Seth. Let's get to the check photo.
Come on, Kath.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I stand up top so I look tall?
Great. Go. Everybody else. Great. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Oh, I don't know where it went. I think it's in my purse. I'll switch into it once I find it.
All right. I think we're good to go. I know a lot of people are itching to talk here, so welcome back to the KPMG Women's PGA Championship. Pleased to be joined by Rose Zhang. I'll just kick it off with one question, and then we'll open up to the people here in the room. Rose, it's been a few weeks since your win at the Mizuho Americas Open. What have you been up to since then, and how have you been looking forward to this event?
It's been pretty hectic. Once I went back on campus, I had to get ready for finals. I studied at night with my friends, and we were all in the struggle bus together. But once we had that over with, I moved out on the 13th, and basically the 14th, I drove back down with my parents to go back home to Irvine for a little bit. Spent 3 days with family, with a couple friends, and it was just a very wholesome time for me. But yeah, it's been a whirlwind for sure with everything happening, but I've been enjoying every moment.
All right, we'll start here in the front with Steve.
What have the media requests been like since your win?
It's been quite a lot, to be fair. I definitely did not expect a lot of frenzy to occur over my last win. I expected people to know. I expected people to be, just super happy about it. But I never thought that media would also be like all over it as well. So it was definitely a lot more than I expected. But I've been doing quite a few press interviews, press conferences, if you might add.
And when you got back on campus, were you treated any differently? Did more people recognize you? What was that like?
Somewhat, but not really. I feel like I've said this before in interviews, but Stanford truly is an amazing place where I can just be myself and be my own person. So once I got back on campus, all my friends were like, yo, congrats. And then after that, we spent time just talking about random things and how they have been surviving campus life on the spring quarter. So it's a lot more fun than any other quarters. The weather's great and people are outside fountain hopping, etc. So they've just been sharing a lot of stories there with me, and I've just enjoyed listening to what they are living through and campus life.
All right, next up.
Hey, Rose. So when we spoke before Mizuho, you were saying you knew there was a transition, but you weren't going to handle it any differently. Now coming into a major and coming off a win, is your mindset any different?
No, I don't think it's any different. And I feel like, if anything, I've played major championships before as amateur. And with that amateur status, I kept in mind of, hey, I'm just going to go out here, have a learning experience. And it's been turning out well for me. I've played well in the major championships that I've competed in. But if anything, this week isn't necessarily anything different. If I would compare this week to other weeks, whether it's in college golf or even last week at Mizuho. The golf course is much more difficult. The way that the course is laid out is a lot more of a tester for all the players out here this week. So with that in mind, it's just the venue's going to be a lot more hard for us to play. We're going to have to grind through every single shot, and it takes a lot more precision, a lot more grind within us to be able to execute what we need to when we're out here performing and playing. So that's all I'm thinking about.
No additional, excitement or pressure coming in as a pro though to your first major?
I mean, it's super exciting. No doubt. But I wouldn't say it's anything different. I wouldn't place it on another platform or pedestal for me to just admire and look up to. So it's more of, it's another event. I'm still playing the same sport. I'm just in New Jersey again, and trying to play well.
Thank you.
All right, over here to Anne, and then back there.
Hey, Rose. Along those same lines, you've handled the whirlwind, as you described it, beautifully. What has been the biggest adjustment for you?
Biggest adjustment, I will say that I haven't been able to work on my game as much as I was able to before as an amateur. There's a lot more obligations that you have to do as a professional. You have a lot more press interviews, conferences, and it does take a lot out of you and a lot out of your time and energy. Therefore, I haven't been able to grind like I usually have been. You know, I feel like as an amateur, you take it for granted where you can just be out on the range, no one's talking to you. You can hit balls for like 4 hours. You can chip, putt, do whatever you need to. But I can't really do that anymore. And yeah, that'll definitely take a bit of adjusting just because, you know, when your game isn't as solid and when you've been playing a lot of events, going on the golf course, your game adjusts to, you know, the different weather conditions, how you're playing golf courses. And yeah, I think that will be the biggest transition for me.
All right, back left.
How valuable is the affirmation that the win gives you, especially when you're coming straight into a major on such a difficult golf course?
Yeah, I think it's so valuable. I definitely did not expect myself to be in that position at all going into Mizuho and that entire week. But the fact that it was more just validation for myself to say that, hey, I can compete at the highest level, and as long as I do what I need to, as long as I perform as well as I can, I'll be able to be in contention, you know, week in, week out. And ideally, you know, it's the LPGA life's the dream life where you can come out here, play the sport as your profession, and just have a good time with friends out on tour. So that's, yeah, it's just really cool to see how I was able to just go right into it and start out my career.
And the challenge of dealing with all the noise that has generated. Obviously, you've touched on that, but is it a challenge that you relish?
Definitely. I think it's a great challenge. No matter what, I've been taught to never, just never give up and always face your challenges, regardless of what happens. As long as you try, as long as you do your best to complete your responsibilities or do what you need to do, that's kind of just how you should live life. And even if you don't succeed, even if you don't play well, whatever, it's always going to be all right. There's always going to be uptrends that you can have, and you can work to improve for the better. So, you know, even with the bunch of interview requests and all the commotion happening, I've just been taking it in my stride, and I'm taking it all in.
I love how you looked at me for that one.
Yeah.
Over to James.
What was the toughest final?
Oh, toughest final. Definitely my computer science final, my CS 106A. Yeah, that entire class has been quite difficult, but I'm super thankful. I've had friends who are CS majors, and we've grown close over the last couple quarters. So they've been really pivotal in helping me pass that class.
Was it hard to care about the CS final after you won?
100%. I was, once I came back, I just felt all the, I don't know, I was stressed about it, but at the same time, I wasn't stressed because I honestly couldn't care at that point about what my grades were. As long as I passed the class, as long as I completed what I needed to, I was pretty much done with sophomore year.
All right, Sarah.
Rose, I mean, just if you can reflect kind of how much your life has changed. I know like golf is the same. I know interviews are more happening, but how has your life really changed in the last 3 weeks?
My life. I feel like it's crazy to say that other than all the additional press interviews and all the extra attention, my life hasn't really changed as drastically as everyone may think. It's just super busy, obviously, and there's a lot more happening. But with the people around me, they haven't really changed. And I appreciate that because they are a sense of like normalcy when I'm around them. And especially back home, my family, my mom, my brother, my sister-in-law. I was playing with my niece in the last 3 days that I was at home. It was, I mean, obviously my niece is 2.5. She's not going to know that I won a tournament, or she doesn't even know that I play golf. So it's more of like I go back home and everything's just very relaxed, and I have a good time.
If you could chat a little bit about the media tour, and then kind of a two-parter question. I mean, what was it like to be on that media tour, meeting people like Al Roker, but also has there been anybody that's reached out to you that you were a little fangirl or a little shocked by?
Oh yeah, there's been plenty of people that I've been shocked by and super happy that they reached out. One of my, I guess, like sports role models and role models in general, Steph Curry, he even kind of put me on his story and just congratulating me. I think I don't know. It's just there were so many people out there who really reached out and gave their support to me, which I appreciated so much. And yeah, it really inspired me to, you know, later on, if I'm doing well, regardless of what happens, I want to be out there and spreading positivity and encouragement to anyone who's doing well, regardless of, you know, how old they are or, you know, what they might do.
What was the reaction to the Steph story? I mean, did you just like scream at your phone or?
I'm not a screamer, I would say. I was just like, I couldn't really talk. I was just like, oh wow. Like I had to look at it. I had to look at the story for a couple seconds before I actually gathered my thoughts. And then usually it would also be my other friends texting me that someone notable sent like a story about me. So I was just reading the text before I actually saw the stories. So it was just like, oh wow. Like you just keep looking at your DMs and you're just amazed by how encouraging they are.
All right, Beth Ann.
Hi, Rose. Could you kind of just take us through when you arrived, how many holes you've played each day, and what you find to be the biggest challenge of this golf course?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I came in Sunday night. I stayed at a family friend's place. They live around 2 miles away, probably, yeah, around 2 miles away. And basically Monday, I started my actual practice. I played 9. I played the front 9. And then, you know, went back, rested. And then the next day I had the Pro-Am. So I had a very early Pro-Am starting time. Started at 7:40, played 18, got some practice in, went to the range, went to go putt. And then, yeah, and then I rested from there, went to go see some friends for dinner. And then today, came a little later, around 9, and then played with my friend Lucy. We played 9 together, the back 9, and then that's about it. Now I'm here. But I would say this golf course is very difficult. It's definitely a major championship type of golf course. I expected nothing less from it. The rough is high. Greens are firm and very quick. There's a lot of undulation, so you're going to have to be able to place the ball where you need to when you're hitting into approach shots. Even if you hit a really good shot and you're on the wrong side of the hole, it's going to trickle down into a rough patch, or it'll trickle down to the lowest part of the green. So you're going to have to be able to get your lag putts in, understand how to I guess how to use slopes to your advantage. And I feel like green reading here is also especially difficult. There's a lot of just hidden breaks. And sometimes I would putt like a 30-footer and I'll probably be 6 feet off on the other side of the hole, and I would be super confused. But that's what I've been doing in practice rounds, just trying to get a feel for what the greens are doing. Rough is super thick, like I said. The chips are the chipping techniques that I've been using this week are definitely different from any other chipping techniques that I've been using. And yeah, it's just if once you're in the rough, that's kind of a lay up and try to minimize your big numbers. So fairways, greens, all typical, and the course is long this week. So I know rain's coming in and whatnot. That will definitely play another challenge, but yeah, I think it's a great golf course, traditional, and yeah.
All right, and we'll wrap down here in the corner.
Rose, you said you got a little out of your game because of the commitments and you couldn't bang balls for 4 hours. I mean, was that because of commercial things, or was that just because of the hoopla surrounding your first win? And do you intend to get back to what you used to do?
For sure. There's a lot there. I would say commitments are definitely much more prominent in my life. As a professional, you have to do a lot more things, and you're essentially your own, business boss. So you have to really navigate towards what your career looks like, what your team looks like. And yeah, I've been taking a lot more, I guess, quote unquote, business phone calls than I was when I was a college athlete, college amateur. And yeah, also at the same time, I've been playing a lot ever since, this year's Pac-12s back at school. We played Pac-12s, came back for a little bit, and then immediately went to regionals, nationals, and then I played Mizuho. So it's been a long stretch of golf. So my body's been tired. It's been a little burnt out, and I've been trying to navigate that as well. So just understanding what rest I need and how to take care of whatever I need to, all of that kind of funnels to how I should use my time, and practice isn't necessarily top priority at that point. But in the coming weeks, I'll definitely plan on trying to get back in the game. But I think all it needs is some fine tuning, and it should be okay. But we'll see.
All right. Well, thank you, Rose, and best of luck this week.
Thank you.
Home stretch, guys. I like the colors today.
Thank you.
I like the tan. I think it's nice. Just give it one more minute. How's your puppy?
Old, getting old. 7.
7. Huh, what kind of dog is it?
Maltese. Small one.
All right. I think we're ready to kick things off. All right, everyone. Welcome back here at the KPMG Women's PGA Championship. I am pleased to be joined by world number 1, Jin Young Ko. Jin Young, welcome back to KPMG Women's PGA. And just what are your thoughts on being back in this environment and your thoughts on Baltus role so far?
I haven't to play this golf course before this week. I heard a lot of players playing after the Founders and Mizuho, but I didn't. So I got here last Saturday and I played Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and today. The course is really challenge golf course and not easy, but if keeps fairway or greens, I can make a lot of birdies. So focus more from the tee shot and the second shot, and greens are really firm and fast. So yeah, I need to more focus on the golf course.
Over the last couple of years, you've had some quite success in New Jersey in general. Does it feel nice returning to an area that you know so well, it seems?
Yeah, I think so. Because 2021, I had the first win in New Jersey. So after the 2021, I felt I like New Jersey. And a few weeks ago, I had one more wins at the Founders. So now I love to play in New Jersey. But yeah, this golf course is really hard. So we'll see.
All right, I'll start with Steve.
You won at Founders on 2 separate golf courses, but they were very old and they were very similar to what we have here. Is this a style of golf course that you like?
I think so, but I don't care. I mean, I like to play like this type of golf course because fairways are not wide, narrow, and rough is not easy. So I love to play like difficult golf course, like a few weeks ago at the Founders. So yeah.
All right, Beth Ann.
Oh, yeah. There was a time not too long ago where rough like this might have bothered you. Do you worry at all? Not that you find the rough that often, but do you worry at all about your wrist?
Not really. My wrist is getting better than last year, and I worked out every day like for my wrist. So yeah, I'm not worried.
You said you've been playing here since Sunday. Were you just playing 9 holes each day before the pro?
Not 9 holes. I think 6 holes on Sunday.
Wow.
Just because if starting number 1, and then I can finish 5th and then 18. So 6 holes to play, and Monday maybe 9 holes, bank 9. Yeah, it was bank 9, and then 18 pro-am and 6 holes today too.
All right, Jeff.
As you play day by day, how much are you learning about this golf course, and how comfortable do you feel having played as much as you have?
Well, I don't think I find something good on golf course like day by day, because I feel more easier to play was on Sunday because I didn't know the golf course, but right now I know a lot of things of golf course. Left is hazard, the right side like penalty area. So I don't think I
get to know the golf course day by day. Yeah, so it's difficult.
All right, Sarah.
Hi, Jin Young. You're a player that obviously is used to setting records. You tied a really big record this week for most weeks at world number one. Have a chance to beat that record and set the new one next week. What would that mean to you to overtake Lorena Ochoa and take that record?
Yeah, it's honor to people saying with Lorena and me in same sentence. So it makes me happy, but also it makes me humble. So yeah, it's great to honor to sing with Lorena.
Playing this golf course so many times, I mean, obviously now you can know that they're two par fives, the two finishing holes. Can you just talk about your strategy as you look ahead to those two holes?
Yeah, 17, 18 is par five, so it's great finishing holes. But both holes not easy. So if tee box moving forward, we can get two on and we can make birdies. But if not, par is fine.
All right, back here. We'll go here first.
What is it you like the most about New Jersey?
I few weeks ago I found great bagel restaurant. So at the founders, I went there every morning. So I got every bagels every mornings and cream cheese.
I love to hear that. Any other questions over here? Oh, behind me, right here.
I wanted to ask you a question. There's a big Korean market in this area specifically. Have you had a chance to sample any Korean food at recommendation that people told you about?
Have you gone to the Korean market near here? Has anyone given you a recommendation?
Not really. I didn't go to Korean restaurant this week because I cooked every night. She cooked. My manager cooked. So yeah, I haven't been Korean restaurant in this week, so I don't know.
And we've got a question from online. A lot of players, we've been asking them, in terms of women's golf as a whole right now, who do you think the best player in women's golf is right now?
Female?
Yes.
Everyone. I can't say one.
As a follow-up.
Would you? Yes, of course.
I was going to ask you a question. What did you know of Baltusrol before you came here? And now having been here, was there any difference between what you had heard about it and now having experienced it?
I heard a lot of history at the golf course, but I didn't know like 100% what was story at this golf course because I think before I born the story. So, but this golf course is like pristine, so that's good.
Did you watch any past videos of different championships?
Yes.
There have been a lot of different. Which videos did you watch?
What episode?
Oh, did you watch any videos from past rounds here at Baltusrol?
Jack Nicklaus.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it.
So a little bit of prep. All right. I think that will wrap it for English questions. I'll ask a couple for Korean if that's all right.
Yeah.
All right, Jin Young, welcome back to the KPMG Women's PGA Championship. What are your overall thoughts of being back at this major championship?
Korean, right?
Yes, please.
네, 이번 주 메이저 대회를 앞두고 벌트스톨 골프장에 왔는데 생각했던 것만큼 쉽지 않고 또 들었던 것만큼 쉽지 않아서 굉장히 챌린징한 골프장이 될 것 같아요. 네.
What is it about Baltusrol that is so challenging, and what do you think the keys to success will be?
페어웨이가 확실하고 또 러프가 확실한 골프장이기 때문에 티샷을 굉장히 잘해야 된다고 생각하고 그린에서도 좀 딱딱하고 그린 스피드가 조금 빨라서 그런 부분을 좀 조심해야 될 것 같아요. 네.
What do you like about returning to an area like New Jersey where you've done so well in the past before?
네, 뉴저지에서 너무 좋은 기억들이 많고 또 우승했던 경험들이 너무 많아서 뉴저지 올 때마다 사실 기대를 하고 오는데 이번 주도 큰 기대를 한 만큼 네, 좋은 성적이 있었으면 좋겠고요. 네, 최선을 다하겠습니다.
You are currently tied with Lorena Ochoa as most weeks total at world number 1. What does it mean to be able to potentially break that record next week?
굉장히 영광스럽고 또 로레나 오초아를 제가 어렸을 때부터 경기하는 것을 보았고 정말 멋있다라고 생각했던 선수와 어깨를 나란히 할 수 있고 또 이번 주 제가 경기하는 거에 따라서 새 역사가 또 쓰여진다고 생각하니 정말 감개무량한 마음이 정말 크고요. 그만큼 제가 원하는 만큼 이번 주 더 최선을 다해서 네, 경기하고 싶고 제가 치는 한 샷 한 샷마다 네, 역사가 된다라는 것을 생각한다면 네, 정말 집중을 안 할 수가 없습니다.
All right, thank you, Jin Young.
Thank you.
It's Ko, right?
Ko.
Ko.
Didn't change it yet.
Ready? All right. We're here with Jennifer Ko. Fifth time.
Joanna Coe.
Oh my, I am so sorry.
Starting off hot.
We are here with Joanna Coe. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
Your fifth time here for competing in the KPMG Women's PGA Championship. First time in your home state. Just what's it like coming back to this event? But now, like I said, in your home state.
It's always great coming back to New Jersey, just to know the grass and the familiarity of conditions. But probably the best thing's food. I mean, pizza, bagels, all that. Like, love coming back to this area. And we'll definitely hit up all the Italian restaurants in my way.
Have you been to Baltusrol before?
I have a couple times.
What's been your impression? Have you been before the renovation?
Once before, but I played the upper, not the lower.
Gotcha. Well,
Yeah.
so then what's been your impression of the course the few times you've gone out this week so far?
Right. Well, we know the great work that Gil Hands does coming from Marion. It's just some of the walks from green to tee are just so seamless. It's beautiful. Conditions are absolutely perfect. Greens are quick, rough is thick. It's major championship golf. It's Baltusrol, lots of history. So it's just an unbelievable facility.
It's very unique in the sense that it ends with 2 par fives. When you've played or when you've practiced, what have been some of the keys that you've tried to work on to kind of navigate that?
Yeah, 17 is kind of, you have to hit your spots. So got to keep it in play, avoid that left fairway bunker. Then it's a standard shot over the great hazard, Hell's Half Acre, whatever you want to call it. So it's pick your spot, but 18, you can be a little bit more aggressive. If it depends on the wind. Today I didn't get home in 2, but when I played about a month ago, I did. So probably depends on wind direction. But yeah, with 16 too, that's a long par 3. It would be, it's going to be a fun closing stretch.
Absolutely. We'll open it up here. Anyone got any? Start with Jeff.
Joanna, what's it like to fit a major in this part of the season for you?
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's mid-season at Marion, so we are as busy as it gets right now. So I appreciate everyone at home, filling in for me, helping with the members, helping with the operation. So it takes a team, and I'm really appreciative of them. But the membership, they're really excited that I'm here, and we have a busload coming on Friday. Hopefully the weather doesn't disturb that. But they're all excited, and I appreciate the support, because without them, then I wouldn't be here.
As I was going to ask you, I mean, it's one thing people are filling in for you, but at the same time, they carry the pride of you being here. What's it like for you to go back, and what are the things you take back from a week like this?
Yeah, it's funny, on the lesson tee, people always ask questions like after the PGA Cup, like, how did you manage the crazy cold weather? You have to warm up, you have to do certain things with your body. There's certain things you have to bring with hand warmers and gloves and beanies. So, I always come back with a lesson or two from a major championship experience. So, and they're always very curious of that, because they're never going to experience it themselves for the most part, the people that I'm teaching. I mean, the odds are not in your favor. So, if I can bring that and help them win a club championship or a junior event or break 90 for the first time, to help them understand what it feels like to do it under pressure, that's what I'll bring back to them. And it's no greater feeling when you do it.
Yeah, nice.
What does it mean to see so many major women's golf events taking place in New Jersey?
Yeah, I love Jersey. We are a great sports state. I'm a loyal Philadelphia fan, but it's just, between all the great venues up in northern New Jersey and then South Jersey with the ShopRite LPGA Classic, and I've played in that event several times. Supporter of women's golf, and it's got New York ties, Philadelphia ties. It kind of brings a lot of different types of people together. So it's a great state, and always great golf courses. So it's cool to be at a place like Baltusrol.
Is there anywhere in particular you have to go for Jersey?
Well, I know a few spots in like Ewing and Trenton with some pizza spots. So I got to explore a little bit more up here, but I'm staying with a family. So they're not going to steer me wrong. I mean, she already made me lasagna, which was bomb. So yeah, I no matter what, I'm going to hit them up.
Jin Young Ko was just in here saying she found at Founders, when she competed at Founders, she found a great bagel spot she went every single day. So you might have to
there we go.
ask her for that.
Yeah, she's pretty good at golf, so I'll follow her lead.
There you go. Jeff?
I remember you had a Baltimore connection. What's your connection to Jersey? Did you grow up here?
So I grew up in southern New Jersey, Mays Landing. So it's about 12 miles outside of Atlantic City. But I worked at Baltimore Country Club for 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what was it like growing up and learning this game here in this state, now getting to play a major here?
Yeah. So South Jersey's got great golf, right? Like I said, the ShopRite LPGA Classic was a hometown event for me. So, I met Annika there. I mean, I was a little girl volunteering there, holding up the, please signs and asking for everyone's autographs. So, the first time I got to be inside the ropes at the ShopRite was a very special experience for me. And then I met my swing coach down there, Bruce Chalucci, who has a New Jersey Academy of Golf. And so, Kale over here understands that we kind of built something pretty special in South Jersey, and junior golf, girls golf exploded in that area. So it's really cool to have that influence in South Jersey. So, I didn't get up to North Jersey much as a junior golfer, but now as a professional, I understand the just tremendous golf up here with Somerset Hills and Ridgewood and Plainfield. And I love the opportunities to play great golf all over the state.
So I remember when you were playing high school and going through, you went to school in Florida, right? Rollins?
Yes, Rollins, yes.
Right, I remember that and the whole thing. So I guess two questions I would have is, what would be your advice to somebody now starting in junior golf? And what have you seen as the biggest changes since, I'm going to say it was about 15 years ago, you were playing high school golf and certainly have excelled, and congratulations on being a Marion.
Thank you. Yeah, so with junior golf, I think the biggest changes would be the equipment is so good now, with US Kids, and my dad was cut down steel shafts trying to figure out a way to hit them hard. So equipment's just so much better. So you see, especially young girls hitting it farther than ever because they can just swing it out of their shoes. And the junior golf process is just, the AJGA, IJGC are really impressive tours. So I just remember playing in AJGAs and feeling like that was a major championship to me. I mean, that's how well run those events are. And then, college golf has changed a lot with NIL and on all those things. So it's a whole nother world. But to me, it's like stay in college, play all those tournaments, get the experience under your belt, have the best 4 years of your life, make all the best friends in the world. And then, and you can make some money on the side too, which we didn't have that opportunity. So I'm sure the recruiting process is a lot different now. But I wanted to play golf in the South, being a Jersey girl, I was sick of the winters up here. So I wanted to play, and Rollins had an unbelievable reputation. Julie Garner is one of the best in college golf. So, I had a great 4 years there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously you're teaching pro and you play at a really high level. How do you balance being able to practice and teaching a lot as well? How do you make time to still play at a high level in the section events, major championships? How do you keep your game?
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, Nick back here, he understands that this time of year, it's like I was just sneaking it in whenever I could, hit a few balls here and there, hit some chips, hit some putts. But I like to play. So the section, our Philadelphia section, is kind of the practice rounds for this. So I treated Monday as a intense practice round. So I love how many events we have each month. So that's why I show up to as many as I can. But if I just keep my golf swing in a place where I know it can function under pressure, then that's really the goal. And I have obviously advisors helping me do that. And then it's taking care of all the little things. It's my health. I've had some knee issues in the past. So, working out, eating well, taking care of my body, taking care of those things, because golf's already hard enough. So I might as well make it easier for all those other details. So, get enough sleep and do everything you can at home. Because teaching when I'm, lesson tee from 8:30 to 6 or 7 p.m., it's exhausting. So as soon as I go home, I eat dinner and I'm out. So, this time of year, it's a grind, but I love it. I love it more than anything. I can't imagine doing anything else.
Has your comfort level changed doing 5 of these now? Does it change year to year? And secondly, do you draw inspiration from what Michael Block did as a part-time player at the PGA?
Yeah, I think my comfort level has definitely gotten there. I mean, my first time was Kemper Lakes, and but I just think back to all my firsts, the ShopRite, the US Open, this, you just draw from all those experiences. And I remember when I turned pro, I was like 21 or 22. I just didn't know what it was like to kind of stay composed and execute under pressure. You just have to experience it. So now I get it once in a while. I get it in the section, and then I get the intense one here. So it takes practice. It really does. And the college golf thing, going back to that question, nowadays college golf events are televised all the time. Back then they weren't. So the first time cameras were on me, I was freaking out a little bit. But so those girls really are, there's an advantage to that, to be Golf Channel and televising NCAAs and the East Lake Cup, all those things. But yeah, Michael Block, I mean, I was at Oak Hill. It was unbelievable. So yes, I was there and doing some work for ESPN Plus for the PGA of America, and just trying to bring some Michael Block vibes up in here for the PGA pros, because that was very cool and a great spotlight for PGA professionals.
Joanna, you're married, club professional. We hear you a couple times saying your schedule is just off the ball. You're making time to practice and play at this level. I know at the PGA, I look at Matt Cahill. He's taken over for a legend. And he's got a membership that is very demanding. How do you find that time? What is your kind of recommendation to categorize things so that you have that time to practice with the intensity that you need to practice?
Right.
How do you do that?
It's really day by day. Because Nick and I joke, people book day of lessons all the time at Marion. So all of a sudden I thought I was going to practice for an hour and a half, and that just turned into 28 minutes. So it really changes day by day. And then when I do have random off days, it's usually dedicated to my golf. I mean, I took Memorial Day off. I played golf with my husband, and then we went to like a barbecue afterwards. But again, it was around golf. So I appreciate him always supporting me in that regard of like, all right, it's going to be golf heavy until it's not, until the fall or winter, until life things change. But yeah, it's difficult. It's day by day. But again, I think it's like Susie Whaley once told me, there's no work-life balance. It's every day is different. So, you try your best. You keep people in mind, my husband, my family, my friends, golf, and you have to say no sometimes to some things, and that's what I have to do. And there's nothing wrong with that. So I just try to balance it as best I can day by day.
One question with that. What would you suggest to a young 65-year-old guy trying to get into business, be a PGA professional? How does he get through that battle mentally, physically?
Right. I mean, it's all just the right connections, right? And finding the right mentors in the industry and someone that has your back and can kind of put a good word in for you. That's how Marion happened. I mean, there's no job description out in LinkedIn. That doesn't happen, right? So it's just all just who you know, the network, right? So that's golf, right? It's a very small network, whether it's the industry or the tour or manufacturers or things like that. But yeah, find some mentors and pick their brain and, resume build and interview skills and all that. So, yeah.
And the last thing is food.
Mm-hmm.
Make all this reference to Jersey food. And I'm Italian, so I like Italian.
There we go.
But don't you miss the crab cakes and the steamed crabs more than the Jersey?
Crab feast, one of my favorite things in life. And my birthday's August 30th, so it's like prime crab eating season. So yes, I can crush some crabs.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Joanna.
Yep. You're welcome.
Great. All right, we are joined by Brooke Henderson, another KPMG Women's PGA Championship. Just what have been your thoughts on Baltusrol in the couple times you've been out so far?
It's amazing. It's so cool that we have the opportunity to play here this week. The course is in immaculate shape. I've never seen a golf course in such great shape, I don't think. And, the greens are running really firm and fast, but with the weather conditions over the next few days, that could change a little bit. But you're going to have to think your way around and play really smart out here.
We've heard from a couple of players now that the first 4 holes, and Stacy Lewis even said she would say the first 6 are going to be super challenging, and you're not even going to get a look at birdie until 7. Do you agree with that? And what have you seen to help try? And what would be some keys to navigating those holes?
Yeah, that's a really interesting mindset. They can definitely play really tough. There's a lot of holes out here that par is good, and a lot of holes that, like I said, you really have to think and play smart and give yourself the best look at maybe birdie, but also par. And I start on the back 9 tomorrow, so hopefully I can get out there and make a few birdies. And so then when I come around to number 1, then it's not as tough.
I'm gonna throw a stat at you that you may or may not know, but since 2020, you've had the most rounds in the 60s in majors. Do you take a different approach when you're coming into a major, or what do you think is the reason for that?
I love major championships. They're very challenging, and you have to play smart. And when the opportunity is there, then you can play a little bit aggressive. And I feel like that suits my game really well. And it's nice when my coach, my dad, is here this week, and Britt, my sister, who also caddies for me, is always with me. But it's nice to have the team together and where we can make smart decisions together and try to come up with strategy and kind of try to make it fun, even though it's a really tough week, and it's definitely going to be tough, mentally and physically, but hopefully at the end of 4 rounds, we're in a solid position.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're going to open up. We'll start with Sarah.
Hey, Brooke, I feel like you've described your years up and down on multiple occasions. I mean, how do you give yourself grace when you are in the downs, especially on, a week like this, when you've got to kind of find an up pretty quickly?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this is one of the most important stretches of the year right now. Starting this week, we have 4 majors left, Canadian Open for me, and not too far away. So this is definitely the time to, start peaking and start to be on the up. So hopefully that happens. I feel like, you're starting off the year on such a high. It has been a little bit down the last few months, but I feel like the game's right around the corner, and just staying patient to see the results.
How important is it to you? Obviously played last week at a place that you've won at a couple of times, but how important is it for you in particular to play the week before major? And is that, obviously you do that quite a bit.
Yeah, this is actually my 5th week in a row. So I've been playing a lot of golf, just trying to get the game in good shape and get it rolling coming into this week and then Pebble in 2 weeks. So, you know what? It's just been trying to put in the work and find it again and try to get a couple early birdies hopefully tomorrow and climb the leaderboard quick, and hopefully just stay there for the next couple months.
What are your thoughts on this golf course finishing with 2 par 5, 17 and 18? Obviously kind of tricky holes. 17 got that blind second shot and 18 on the water on the left. But what are your thoughts on the strategy that you'll take to those 2 holes?
Yeah, it's really cool finishing with back-to-back par 5s. You don't see that very often. And I feel like, come the weekends, it's going to make a huge difference. And there could be a lot of movement around the leaderboard. So that's kind of exciting. 17 plays a lot different than 18. 17 is 3-shot hole, I would say, pretty much for everybody. Where 18, you can get there in 2 and possibly have an eagle look. So, 2 different holes, but it's going to be a lot of fun, I think, when it counts.
Juan?
Yeah, so it feels like every time your dad has been around, and mostly in majors, no, you've been able to work in some adjustments, small or big, that have taken your game to a different level, no? So can you talk a little bit about that and what you're working on this week?
Yeah, for sure. My dad has been my coach since I was young, and so it's always great when he's out here and we can work on strategy and work on different parts of the game. And this week is no different. This week's a huge week and it's circled on our calendars. We always want to start peaking for the major championships. So he's just trying to make sure that my game's in a good spot, and both mentally and physically. And, we've been working to try to get a strategy together.
Any key aspects for this week, you think, here?
Patience. It's a challenging golf course. You're gonna have to stay patient through the good and the bad, and hopefully there's more good than bad. But yeah, it's gonna be a challenge. It's gonna be a test, and that's exactly what you want from a major championship.
Yeah, I think one of the big changes was the putting the last time when you worked with your dad on, and I think there's a possibility that they can control like the moisture on the greens this week. So even if you have rain and you have wet fairways, the greens are gonna still firm and fast. No? So how important is that gonna be? No?
Yeah, it's playing extremely firm and fast right now. Maybe if it pours rain the next 4 days, that might change a little bit. But right now, calculating release and the different slopes on the greens, it's all gonna take. You're gonna need to get some breaks, but you're also going to need to play smart. And hopefully between my caddy, my coach, myself, we can play as smart as we can, and then just be aggressive when we need to.
Hi, Brooke.
Hey.
2 questions. First, how different is Baltusrol from the courses you typically play on the LPGA Tour, especially in the South?
This is an amazing venue, and it's amazing that we have the opportunity to play here this week. I'm super excited about it. With all the history and tradition that comes with this place, and walking by the Jack's plaque on number 18, it's all really cool. So I'm happy that the women are back here playing, and this course is in immaculate condition and very, very firm and fast greens, which is a little different than most weeks out on tour. So it'll be fun and challenging test.
And then what is more challenging for you to kind of overcome? Is it having an up and down year like you are, or would you rather just be playing bad and try and work up from there?
No, I never take away the win or never take away the ups. I feel like golf, just like life, it's like a roller coaster. There's lots of up and downs, and hopefully there's more ups. But when you're not playing your best, it kind of reminds you of how good it is and how exciting it is to win. And when you have those top finishes, sometimes when you have them all in a row, you kind of take them for granted, I would say. But when you have a little bit of trouble here and there, it kind of refreshes you and says like, oh yeah, it's a lot of hard work to be at the top. And when you're up there, you should celebrate your wins and your good finishes a little bit more, because it is such a tough grind.
Does the win earlier this year make some of the bad play less frustrating?
I'm still making a lot of cuts and stuff. So, I'm still making a living out here, which is good. Just not maybe up to my standards or my goals, but I wouldn't say that it's been a terrible year so far. Starting out with a win was great. I've had some top 20s and top 30s, so it's been all right. It's just, I would prefer to be in contention a little bit more on the weekends. But it's not far away, and I think over the next few weeks it'll start to get back to where it should be.
What's it like to be back in New Jersey?
I love New Jersey. It's great. It's really close to home, which is pretty cool, and the courses remind me a lot of the courses I grew up playing on back in Canada. Similar grasses and tree lines, so that always makes it a little bit extra special for me.
Just, do you have any thoughts on, with everything going on with the PGA and Live, if that were to join LPGA?
There's a lot of unknowns right now. I don't think we know a lot out here on tour, but I just hope that if anything further is to happen, that the LPGA would be part of the conversation.
Sarah?
Mental stamina this time of year is super important for everybody. You're in a 5-week stretch. How do you kind of maintain not only your physical body, but your mental game as well?
Yeah, playing a lot of golf, it does wear on you a little bit, both physically and mentally. But I feel like I've been just trying to build energy and try to get stronger every single week, leading up into this week here. So I feel like I've been pretty successful at that, just trying to, just try to get a little bit better all the time and try to get the game rolling.
As far as mental stuff goes, I think it's interesting to try to prepare in a course that's firm, fast. Hard as I'll get out. And I know the rain likely won't affect it too much, but when you're preparing on one thing and then playing on something in totally different conditions, how challenging is that to readjust to your game and your mental side?
Yeah, it is really tough. When you show up here on Monday and it's different conditions than Thursday or Sunday. After all the traffic out on the course, it usually tends to get a lot firmer come the weekend. So It'll just be we'll have to judge it and adjust a lot, just day to day, shot to shot even, and just play as smart as you can. And not everything's going to go great, but hopefully we make smart decisions and I can execute those shots, and then just be the best you can be in the moment.
I followed you for the first hole yesterday in the Pro-Am, and I noticed you and Britt were really involved with your Pro-Am partners. Can you just talk about, does that help you kind of take a little pressure off yourself, or, how can you use the Pro-Am to your advantage, I guess?
Yeah, Pro-Ams are great because you get to see the golf course another time. You get to see it in a little bit different way than just practicing. There's not a lot of pressure, but a little bit of pressure, to perform and to hit fairways and hit greens. And I kind of like that leading into a championship. And, you get to play with some really cool people, and you get to learn what they do on a daily basis, what they do for work. And I find that pretty interesting. So I always like to try to be involved with my Pro-Am partners as much as I can and try to learn the golf course at the same time.
All right, that'll do it from everyone in the physical media center. We have a couple questions from the online. John.
Hey, Brooke, it's John Chidley Hill with the Canadian Press. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. I've got two questions for you. The first is I was curious, what went into the decision to play 5 weeks in a row? Because that is quite demanding, and obviously you ended last season with some back issues. So I was curious, just sort of what was your thought process?
Yeah, I was planning on a 4-week stretch, but after I had to withdraw from the New Jersey event in May due to illness, I decided that I would play Vegas, which made it a 5-week stretch. And the goal was just to, start playing again, try to get the game in a good rhythm, and try to, start getting some top finishes again.
Sorry, just as a follow-up, Brooke, how important is it to you to win majors in terms of building your career and sort of your legacy as a golfer?
Yeah, your career is kind of defined by how many majors you win, or if you're a major champion. And so I was really fortunate that I was able to get my first major victory when I was really young, to kind of avoid a lot of those questions of when I was going to win my first one. Then for a while I had, when were you going to win your second one, which took a while, I guess 6 years. It's a long time. But, I'm looking forward to the next opportunity I have to be in contention and in those final groups, because it's such an amazing feeling, especially in a major where there's, more pressure and more eyes on you. And it's exciting to have that opportunity. So hopefully just go out, play 2 solid rounds Thursday, Friday, and be in those positions on the weekend.
Well, I'm still waiting to win my first major, so I think you're doing great. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time, Brooke.
Awesome. Thank you.